Yeah. Good morning there. Are you able to see me and hear me? Hello. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, sir. I will check. I will tell my IT team to check
Yeah.
for you. Just wait, sir. I will tell Mr. Rajinder to check there, sir. He is there.
Right. Right. Karan is also there at Belém, or?
Yes, sir. Karan and of course other colleagues are also there. And
Hmm.
Mr. Rajinder from IT team is there. He's about to check your voice, sir.
Good evening, Narsimhan.
Yeah. Good evening. Good evening. Pankaj, can you confirm that from Belem whether my audio is clear?
I've just asked them, sir. Actually, some arrangement is being going on. So they are listening. They are listening our voice, sir.
Okay. Right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just
E. Ó. E.
yeah.
Sai com delay do caramba, né? A.
Yes.
E. Só que é o seguinte, esse barulho que tá saindo aqui, mesmo com quente, ele tá saindo. E. Ó. Tem que cortar esse bem aqui, ó.
Good morning. How are you all doing today? Good. Welcome to this session on connecting continents, empowering transition, the promise of Osowog as a new blueprint for a net zero world, where Osowog is not a bird, it's actually one sun, one world, one grid. We have today with us a slew of very accomplished panelists. The session would be structured that I will provide a short welcome address, and then we will hear from His Excellency Lord Adair Turner, who is the Chair of Energy Transitions Commission, followed by Mr. Luciano Martini, who is the Chair of Clean Energy Ministerial's ISGAN initiative, and then I'll make a small presentation on what is the real potential of One Sun, One World, One Grid, and then we will have a panel discussion where we will have a lot of luminaries in addition to Lord Turner and Luciano joining from India on a virtual basis, Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad, who's chairperson of Central Electricity Authority, India, Mr. S.R. Narsimhan, ex-chairman and managing director of Grid Control of India, He's also the ex-president of Geo15, and Mr. Nasir Al-Shahrani, Chief Operations Officer of GCC Interconnection Authority, and finally Mr. James K. Wahogo, Secretary General of East African Power Pool. We'll see if we are able to get him. So with that, I will just quickly make an opening address. Perhaps I can make it from here itself. Welcome to this session. Now, let us say that why are we here? Because as more countries have started expanding on solar, they are experiencing problems on grid stability. They also are looking at big storage investments. And as light of that, the regional interconnections connecting countries with transmission lines, connecting continents across subsea cables has suddenly become very viable. The benefits are you have a large-scale clean energy deployment where it is extremely cheap, like Saudi Arabia and UAE, to actually transport that power to India or Europe. Optimum resource utilization, because then you can utilize your assets. When the sun is running in some countries, it is night time in other countries. Often then you all put on your air conditioners in the night. So it allows trade to be done without having a lot of battery investments transporting power from one side. And as a lot of you might recall, the GGI OSOWOG initiative was launched at COP in Glasgow, COP26. And we are very pleased to report that this year, as part of our assembly, which is 137 countries with 550 participants, we had a new secretariat on One Sun, One World, One Grid that was established. So wonderful to have all of you together. Our vision is that One Sun, One World, One Grid will bring all the clean energy flowing across all our member countries. With that introduction, let me please invite His Excellency Lord Adair Turner to give a special address on a report that ETC had really commissioned on connecting the world, long-distance transmission as a key enabler of zero-carbon economy. Dr. Turner, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ashish. Is this working? Yep. Good. So I am the chair of the Energy Transitions Commission, which is a global coalition of companies and also some organizations, non-company organizations, including, I'm very pleased to say, the International Solar Alliance have now become a member of the ETC. We have members from China, from India, from Australia, from Europe, from Canada. And what we do is we look at all the technologies which can get us to a zero carbon economy by mid-century across the world. So we are looking at how to decarbonize cement and steel and chemicals and road transport and buildings. And there are many, many technologies required to do that. But it is true to say that the single most important technology is always electricity. Electricity is 70 or 80% of how we get to a zero carbon economy, is electrify, 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 and make sure that we produce all our electricity in a zero carbon fashion. And that is why this year we had a very strong focus on power sector transformation across the world. And we produced a major report in July about how to run power systems with very high levels of renewables within them. Now, across most of the world today, the cheapest way to produce a kilowatt hour of electricity is to use either sunshine or wind, depending on the natural resource of the environment. And indeed, the question of how to generate electricity in a clean, cheap fashion is no longer an interesting one because we know the answer. But the really interesting question in power systems across the world is, what do we do when the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine? How do you balance a system across seconds, minutes, days, weeks, years? How do you balance energy supply, electricity supply, and electricity demand in a system where we will get most of our electricity from variable renewables, wind and solar? So in our report on power sector transformation, we asked the question, would we be able to run systems which were as much as 70 to 80% dependent on variable renewables, wind and solar? And we looked at that question in 4 different climatic archetypes across the world. We looked at the UK and Northwest Europe, which will primarily depend for its electricity on offshore wind. We looked at India, which will get the majority of its electricity from solar. We looked at Spain as an intermediate case, not as sunny as India, also a fair amount of wind, but much sunnier than the UK and Northwest Europe. And we looked at China as an example of a country so large that it has many different climatic types. And we reached the conclusion that in all these different climatic types, it is possible to run systems which get 70 to 80% of their energy, their electricity, from solar and wind sources. There are many different ways in which you do that. A crucial one, of course, is storage, using many different energy storage devices, batteries, pumped hydro storage, hydrogen, compressed air, and we looked in detail at the economics of that. And one of the most remarkable developments which has occurred over the last 2 years is a dramatic fall in the cost of battery energy storage systems, which is making the combination of solar plus wind plus batteries incredibly economic. I was told just last night about the latest auction price within one of the Indian round-the-clock renewable auctions, and I was told 2.7 rupees per kilowatt hour, 3 cents per kilowatt hour to provide electricity on a round-the-clock basis. So storage is very important, but one implication of the collapsing cost of batteries is that it's going to be much cheaper to run renewable systems in what we call the global sun belt than the global wind belt. In countries which get the majority of their electricity from solar sources, and where the primary balancing problem is day to night rather than winter to summer, that is where round-the-clock electricity is going to be cheapest. And this is great news, for instance, for the potential economic development of Africa, which now faces the potential to develop clean electricity systems with very, very cheap electricity. So storage is key, but so too is demand-side flexibility. These are the techniques by which we help move demand away from particular times of the day. For instance, when people have electric vehicles, getting them to charge them when there is solar and wind supply, not when there isn't. There are opportunities, for instance, in heating and cooling homes, if they are well insulated, to shift the timing at which people use their electric heating or their air conditioning systems so that it's not always at the time where everybody else is doing the same. And things like that can also help us deal with this problem of variability. But one additional tool is long-distance transmission lines, because long-distance transmission lines can reduce the cost of dealing with the variability of supply and demand in 2 ways. One, they can connect areas where solar or wind will be very cheap with areas where it will be more expensive. That includes, for instance, North Africa to Northwest Europe. Electricity from wind and solar is going to be much, much cheaper to produce in Morocco and Algeria and in Tunisia than it is in the Netherlands or Germany or the UK. So there is simply a cost arbitrage here of building long-distance transmission links from the places where electricity supply will be cheap to where it will be more expensive. But we can also use long-distance transmission to help this problem of balancing. For instance, linking areas of the world where they are in a slightly different time zone. If we link, for instance, India to the Gulf and Middle East area, where the sun sets 3 hours later, electricity from the Gulf can be supporting air conditioning in India 3 hours after the solar panels in India no longer have supply. And sometimes the links will do both of those simultaneously. When we talk about a link, for instance, from Morocco to the UK, it will both be a cost arbitrage. It is cheaper to produce electricity there, but there is also a non-correlation of the variability pattern. So the variability pattern of wind supply in North Sea is completely different from the variability pattern of wind on the coast of Morocco or solar on the coast of Morocco. And the more that you link countries with different solar and wind time variability patterns, the more that you increase the number of hours where there will be a natural relationship between the timing of supply and the timing of demand. So we therefore this year also produced a detailed report on the specific issue of long-distance transmission. And we called it, as you've said, Connecting the World, long-distance transmission as an enabler of a low-carbon, of a zero-carbon global economy. We looked at all the technologies that are required. The key technology is high-voltage direct current, because when you transmit electricity over long distances, if you try and do that with an alternating current system, you will have large losses. So you go to what's called an HVDC system, which is much more efficient and cheaper for long-distance transmission. And we looked at the costs. The costs of these HVDC lines vary a great deal by individual circumstance. They vary according to whether we are talking about subsea cables, overground cables, or the most expensive underground cables, i.e. cables going across land but having been put underground because people don't like the visual impact of them above ground. Actually, over long distance, the cheapest are the subsea cables. The costs also vary according to terrain which you're going through. Much easier to do it over flat ground than over hilly mountainous ground. And they vary according to the utilization rate, how much you have filled the cable. And that means that some of the most economic propositions are those ones which are simultaneously a cost arbitrage and a balancing mechanism, because then we tend to get the highest potential utilization rates. But to give you an idea of the cost, if you can get if your length of cable is above, say, 1,000 kilometers, and if it is 85% utilization, then you can think about what is the cost per 1,000 kilometers per megawatt hour carried. And that, we believe, is something like $3 to $10 per megawatt hour per 1,000 kilometers, which is 0.3 to 1 cent per kilowatt hour per 1,000 kilometers. So, for instance, Australia to Singapore or Morocco to the UK, about 3,500 kilometers. If it was 1 cent per kilowatt hour per 1,000 kilometers, that's going to be 3.5 cents per kilometer to do the delivery of power. And if you compare the cost of generating power in Singapore versus Australia, or the cost in generating it in North Africa, Northwest Europe, that 3.5 cents per kilowatt hour to deliver the electricity still makes that an economic proposition. So in the report, finally, we did an analysis of where the biggest opportunities are. And if you look at your report, you'll see a map with a whole load of arrows on it. Some big thick arrows and some thinner arrows. What we did was a modeling exercise to try and illustrate where the biggest potential might be. Now, we began by saying, let's ignore the fact that we have some countries in the world which don't cooperate with other countries in the world. We have some countries in the world which are at war with one another. Let's just draw the map if we had a perfect world at peace. And that shows some very interesting ones which I don't think are credible in the foreseeable future, such as China linking to Korea or Japan. But I don't think we can see, at least in the next decade or so, Korea or Japan being willing to rely for their electricity supply on a link from China. But there are many which are politically as well as technically and economically credible. The Gulf to India, Vietnam down to Singapore, Australia up to Southeast Asia, North Africa through to Northwest Europe, West Africa, Morocco, Mauritania, down to Nigeria, very big population country. And when we look at the ones which are technically and economically possible, in total, in a world at peace and total cooperation, you could imagine 15% of all global power being transmitted internationally. That could be an economically rational thing to do, in addition to the very large role for long-distance transmission within big countries, within India or within China. And that international connectivity could, in principle, deliver $100 billion a year of savings versus a system in which we tried to get to a net zero power system, but without using international connection. So international connection is something which we should certainly investigate, even if we recognize political barriers, concerns about security. We get people saying, well, maybe your adversary might cut the cables, etc. That's a concern in Europe now. We've had communication cables cut in the Baltic in suspicious circumstances. But let's assume we want to try to maximize the opportunity wherever possible. How do we do it? The answer is we put it on the global agenda, which the ISA is doing here at COP. We encourage the multilateral developments of the Bank of the World to pay attention in it. We encourage all individual countries within their power system planning to think about the role of what international connectivity do. We recognize the need, if you want to do these, that you have to plan early. They take a long time to develop. And we address some issues which we currently have in supply chain constraints, for instance, on key items of equipment like the big transformers. So that is the program that we set out, and we're very glad to be here presenting it with the International Solar Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lord Turner. That's so comprehensive, and we really hope that we will work with you jointly on a lot of advocacy needed to connect the world from Australia right up to Middle East with $100 billion of saving. Let me invite now Mr. Luciano Martini, who's chairing the Clean Energy Ministerial's ISGAN initiative. Luciano, tell us a little bit, from the Clean Energy Ministerial priorities, how do you see the grid modernization and transmission and regional interconnection?
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. And to Q, I think it's working. Maybe I have to stay just closer. Thank you. Yeah, and thank you to Director General Ashish from International Solar Alliance for inviting me to this panel. And also, I was so glad and love to listen to your inspiring speech and so knowledgeable about your report and everything. It's very important. So I'm Luciano Martini. I'm the chair of the ISGAN. ISGAN is one of the SAM initiative, the Clean Energy Ministerial, is the International Smart Grid Action Network. So we combine together 27 countries from 5 different continents, and we look at modernization, decarbonization of the power sector, and power system is in particular. So I love talking about transmission and distribution, is our main background, and I can learn from you how transmission is important. So he mentioned many important aspects about storage, long-term interconnection. This is the key for our clean energy transition. And what I want to add is that the system that we are looking today already is evolving, because of the high penetration of renewables we had already in our system, but we need a major transformation coming in the next decade. So we have a very ambitious goal by 2030, because some of the country and many European Union, for example, have this goal of decarbonizing the system and our economy by 2050 becoming net zero. And the role of the energy system is key, because we are the enabler for increasing the amount of renewables that can be integrated in our system. There are already examples about 70%, 80%, and we are looking further to have this demonstration of solution that can allow this high penetration to happen. And when we look at the system, there is a major keyword that we are addressing, that is system flexibility. So system flexibility is exactly what we have to expand in order to allow more and more renewable to be integrated. And we look to all possible sources of flexibility, from generation, so flexibility provided by renewables by themselves, but also interconnection. This is a great solution for increasing flexibility by all means. And we also look at the whole system in ISGAN, because we look also at distribution system as well. In this case, we also have some great potential from demand response. So using some flexibility coming from the load itself, making the load using the energy when it's freely available, when the sun is shining, for example, and reducing the load when we have this dark curve that is happening during the evening. It's important to say that securing renewable from part where the solar resource is so generous is important. So I like example of connecting North Africa with Italy. Italy is like a peninsula that is a hub for Europe. So I think it's good to mention an important interconnection that is called ELMED, that is connecting Tunisia and Italy. It's a very important project that is supported by European Union as well. It's quite challenging. It's already under construction. The construction is starting now. Is a connection length is about 200 kilometers. It's a submarine cables of 500 kV DC, as you said properly, and is a 600 megawatt of power that can be securing the exchange of power from Tunisia to the rest of Europe. So these are examples of interconnection that are very much needed to link the world, to make the clean energy transition not only possible but easier. And our goal is really to look at all the challenges of a transmission and distribution network. And I can mention a few of them. In Europe, we are also looking about hydrogen as an energy vector. Producing hydrogen with electrolyzer means that you have a large load increasing because of electrolyzer. And there is a new baby now that is a data center. So you know that there is an enormous request of a data center for managing AI, artificial intelligence. For example, in Italy, in my region, we have a lot of requests, like 10 gigawatt of a new load coming from data center. These are challenges that are very much impacting the transmission network, and having a more interconnected world, a pan-European, and also a link with the North Africa is a solution to keep the system stable, reliable, and efficient. So I really like this kind of discussion, and as ISGAN, we are at your disposal to be fully connected. I want to mention that I was in Glasgow at COP26 when Green Grid Initiative and you joined forces. That is where I approach interconnecting, collaborating to accelerate the transition. And more than that, I was also in Goa when the high-level discussion took place about One Sun, One World, One Grid, contributing to the discussion and making ourselves available for future collaboration. So we are here not only to listen, not only to speak, but also to collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Luciano. So I have a small presentation, because as you heard the call of action from Lord Turner and Luciano, I think for some time we have been talking about the benefits, but it's time that we actually move to action. And therefore, I am going to make a brief presentation, and then we'll have experts from India and GCC joining us as well. We all know that the world needs to electrify, and that is going to be very important. And the number of countries who have signed the net zero pledges require a huge investments in renewable. We are talking of tripling of renewable energy investments and the amount of energy that is needed. Lord Turner, The cost of inaction is huge. The climate impacts are costing almost $38 trillion. And yeah, I think the figure there is not million, it's actually billion. The world is investing about 300 billion in 21, but they need to actually double it to at least 630 billion and move to 830 billion. But what I want to talk about is, this is how the world operates today. There are already regional power pools in Africa where I worked a lot. There are 4: East Africa, Central Africa, West Africa, and South. Then there is the whole GCC, which is getting increasingly interconnected. India has got interconnections now to Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, and also to Myanmar with plan to Sri Lanka. We'll hear from Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad regarding it. And then, of course, there are interconnections working in Europe, where Europe is an integrated grid, and obviously the interconnection possibilities. So this is where the world works. The idea is, of course, as you have heard from all the distinguished speakers, the prioritization of which are the most important interconnection nodes that must be pursued by building the coalition of countries is now our key work program going forward. Now, this, just to mention the potential benefits, if you look at the curve, you will see how the daylight peaks in different time zones depending where you are. So as we all know, the sun never sets. You could be trading power between each other. As I mentioned, there's resource complementary, the avoidance of huge investments in storage. So all of those potential benefits are known. I want to focus on what are the next steps. Because when we launched the Secretariat, the whole idea is to now move from ambition to action. We are undertaking a study by which the phase 2 will translate into, as Lord Turner talked about, certain priority nodes of connecting, say, Australia to Indonesia and Singapore, Singapore to India, India to Middle East, Middle East to Africa and Europe. But within each of them, there will be priority 2-3 regional interconnections that are being identified, and then there will be a need for actual pre-feasibility of these interconnections. But more importantly, as I've done interconnections across continents, the most difficult questions are, how will you create an institutional structure for operation of these interconnections? Will it be a joint venture? Will it be a separate company? Who will own what assets? How will the market trading be integrated across continents? Because the markets, the technical standards are different across countries. And finally, how will you finance it? Because often you will need to take very innovative financing structures as well. That will be the future next 2 or 3 years that we are going to work on. For example, some of the interconnections are that are happening are Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and South Africa power pool in Saudi Arabia. The India is already getting, as I told you already, connected with Bangladesh, Bhutan and Nepal, with the connection of Sri Lanka happening. It sits in the middle, which means the power can easily flow from the cheapest solar in Saudi Arabia and UAE via India to the ASEAN power grid, where there are a lot of interconnections that are being prioritized, as we heard in the Singapore week, that this is going to be one of the key priorities. This is just an illustration of what the potential is, how the power can flow from Indonesia to Thailand to Singapore, subsea cables going from India to Middle East, India to Andaman Nicobars right up to Singapore, Malay, and of course from GCC going right up to Europe. These are the details that are being worked about, and we'll have to work with whole host of partners. As I mentioned, this is our studies that are really going on. Our key activity in next year, since we have just launched the OSOWOC Secretariat, will be to create 2 or 3 international convening events along with partners and countries, 2 with priority nodes bringing countries together on figuring out what will be the next steps on financing, institutional structures and knowledge sharing, market standards, regulators, and 1 on a much larger international scale, because this will require a huge political approval process at the highest level for some of these interconnections to happen. So that was just a big summary. A lot of work to follow over next 2-3 years. This just leads me to a little bit of a moderated discussion that we wanted to do over next 25 minutes. I am going to invite Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad, who's connected. Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad, can you hear us well?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, we can't hear you.
I can hear you. I can hear everyone.
Now we can hear you very well. Welcome, and we would have loved to have you here next time for sure. Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad has been instrumental in all the interconnections that India has had, multiple ones with Nepal, Bhutan, and Bangladesh. So my question to you, Mr. Prasad, is tell us a little bit about what are the difficulties and challenges on the regional interconnections, and based on that experience of India's interconnections, how would you envisage some of the big, ambitious cross-continental regional interconnections that are being spoken about? What would a future look like? Over to you, please.
Thank you and good morning to all. I wish I could have been there in person so that better interaction could have happened face to face. But still, I am happy to be invited to be a part of this particular session. And more happier, particularly the manner in which ISA is taking forward the initiatives that was done by Central Electricity Authority a few years back. We had been working on One Sun, One World, One Grid for quite some time. And in last G20 meeting in India, we had presented our report as well. Thank you, Ashish, for showing some of the pictures of that report and where the India is sitting in the center and trying to finalize some of the more interconnections with other countries as well. Regarding the enablers for all these interconnections, I must say that the energy transition push, which is being made by the COP as well as all other international forums, India is pushing the energy transition in a big way. And just to have small numbers, India has already crossed 50% of its installed capacity from the non-fossil fuel, and which is primarily coming from the solar and wind. So what we have realized is the moment you try to push solar and wind, there are challenges, as has been mentioned by the two esteemed speakers prior to me. And it was beautifully explained that what are the challenges and what you need to resolve those challenges as well. Similar things we have been facing in India as well, and we have been trying to resolve them to our best of efforts. But in doing so, the future challenges are more difficult for India because we are going to increase our electricity share from 22% to 45% in the energy basket, overall energy basket itself. The moment I do that, my demand grows somewhere around 7 to 8% over a period of time. And that means I need huge amount of electricity, and that too green power. And production is not an issue, but the issue becomes, the challenging part becomes the variability part and the balancing part, for which I'll be requiring huge amount of storage capacities. To deal with that, we have started with the hydro pump storage push and hydro capacity as well. But that and also the battery energy storage systems may or may not be sufficient, and that is how we are trying to see that can interconnection also help us. Within India itself, we have a diversity factor of around 5%, and which leads us to a good savings in terms of the time differentials and the seasonal variations. But if I connect it with Southeast Asia, South Asia, and going towards the GCC, some of the lines which we are under discussions are with UAE and Saudi Arabia towards the GCC side, and towards the Southeast Asia, we are in touch with Thailand, which you have shown, and Singapore as well. And Singapore in turn is also in talk with Australia, which was revealed during our Singapore Energy Week meetings with Singapore. But this means that coming from Australia to Southeast Asia, South Asia, and towards GCC, India will have an advantage of around at least 6 to 7 hours, which means that the storage requirement during the non-solar hours will reduce by a substantial amount. And this will also lead to the stability of the things. Coming back to the policy, in fact, let me tell you that when we went to Bhutan and we started promoting interconnection with Bhutan, there was no written policy between the two governments. And probably that was the best period, and we could push a number of projects in terms of generation and the interconnections. And the moment we started making some kind of a guidelines, some kind of a rules, regulations, policies, then a number of more teething troubles started coming, that this can be approved, this cannot be approved, this is so, this is not so. So many a times what happens is hardcore policy also becomes a problematic affair. But then nevertheless, we do have a cross-border general guidelines for trade of electricity between India and other countries. And that we are religiously following with them, even though there are certain differences in terms of grid code, etc., etc. But still, by sitting together, we are able to resolve and arrive at a common consensus for operation of these lines, for building of these lines. Since as on date, we have more than 10 good interconnections of high voltage interconnections, 400 kV and of that order. And these are built in a different models as well. So we have the experience of building under the government-to-government negotiations, under the joint ventures, under the private sector participations. So all kinds of models are available with us, and we have built these transmission lines. Even some of the dedicated lines are also there, wherein the other countries, particularly with Bangladesh, we have a model wherein the entire power station has already been connected to Bangladesh, and and that grid is not connected to India. So we have multiple variations, multiple cases which have been experimented, and we found that no one type of a solution exists, but depends on the situation to situation. We should try to experiment, and we should try to take it forward. Of course, the moment we try to link the Southeast Asia through the sea route, the challenges which have been mentioned by our previous speaker is very valid, because we have been also in touch with subsea cable manufacturers, the HVDC manufacturers. Incidentally, there are only 2 as of now, and they are also monopolizing with respect to their own technologies. This is going to be a bigger challenge as we go along with the energy transition, as well as whether it is the case of interconnections with other countries as well. But then we are trying to find some solutions to see that the supply chain doesn't get disrupted, and we don't get carried away by the high cost of HVDC systems. Second challenging aspect definitely is the depth of sea at certain locations, particularly the moment you try to move towards Singapore or towards the Australia side. Some places the depth is as high as 3 kilometers, roughly 3,000 meters. But good news is that some of the cable manufacturers, they have confirmed that they have already tested the cables even up to this depth, and that has given a bigger confidence, and that is how we are going to proceed with some of the lines which we will be going ahead. So even though the challenges are there, and as you know that India is also pushing towards the data centers, green hydrogen, and we are trying to see that our industry and the commercial establishments, they go green as quickly as possible. So all these can happen if and only if we have larger amount of renewables in the country, and also try to manage. More important is managing the non-solar hours effectively and supply green power to all the customers. So this is some of the things that I thought Ashish, I'll share with the audience today, and the manner in which we are trying to make. We already have a plan, future plans for some of the countries, particularly India, Bhutan, we have a plan up to 2040. What are the next interconnections that is likely to come? With Nepal also, we have up to 2040. And other countries, we are trying to see that the earlier plans gets modified to a longer horizon, so that at least there is a visibility and we have a pipeline of projects among the other countries as well. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ashish.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prasad. So you have heard from Mr. Prasad, who was responsible for planning and the entire strategy of regional interconnections of India and South Asia. Now let's hear from Mr. Narasimhan, who managed the entire grid system operations of India. As you know, it's a very large system, now 500 gigawatts. Mr. Narasimhan, if I can go to you now, and you can mention what were the challenges in integrating the regional interconnections on the system operation, and if you can use your experience to also tell us that if this goes to much broader ambitions that we have been discussing today, of all the regions getting interconnected, what are the challenges from a system operation perspective that the system should plan for? Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ashish Khanna, for having me on this panel. So actually, as a system operator, I sincerely hope that political traction we would get and all this OSOWOG becomes a reality. Because actually it's quite easy, we have a lot of examples of successful interconnections already operating. The ENTSO is there, the GCC interconnection is there, South African Power Pool, and the emerging Asia-Africa links, they are all there. So we have a model already in place. So I would look at, the challenges which we faced, and going forward, we need to take this. The first and foremost, when we start interconnecting countries of this order as OSOWOG, coordinated transmission planning becomes very important. Because what would happen is that when we interconnect two countries, like lot of transmission constraints within a country would also get manifested. Because essentially we are integrating the electricity markets between these countries. There would be economic transfers between the countries, and that could lead to some amount of congestion within a country as well. So apart from the cross-border links, we might need to also augment some of the intra-country links also, so that the system is reliable and more economic transfers can take place.
You got muted, Mr. Narasimhan.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So as I was mentioning, even in case of India, when we started interconnecting the regions within the country, we had 5 regional grids. When we started interconnecting, we experienced the same problem. Had to do a lot of augmentation within the region. And so it becomes more, the vulnerabilities have also increased. What is the single largest contingency which we would need to handle? So all that should be part of the coordinated transmission planning exercise. The second issue is, which would be important, is that policy and regulatory harmonization. We need common network codes. We have the example of the EU network codes, which is adopted at the EU level. And there's some amount of small flexibility given to the individual transmission system operators. So we have that model already. So these guidelines would cover how we operate the system, how do we maintain reserves, frequency control, congestion management, all of that would be covered, And one important thing which we need to note, like we are emphasizing a lot on HVDC connections. Now, HVDC connections do have some very good technical features like frequency controller, power oscillation damping, which is not, not much attention is paid to these finer controls available in HVDC. It's time that the network codes should incorporate all of that so that even when we have HVDC, we have all these features available. So the third thing which I would emphasize is that operating procedures and real-time coordination, that also becomes very important. The real-time data visibility, you should have some visibility of your neighbors also. With India, we have connections with Bhutan, Bangladesh, and Nepal. So real-time data flow is also very important, so that situational awareness is there in real time, and the coordination, these procedures become very important. With so much of negativity around the Spanish blackout on 28th April 25, but I see one positive thing, the interconnections have played a very major role. The Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia system that could survive, and Spain system could be revived very fast because of supply from Morocco. So that's a very good success, which I feel that must be highlighted, the advantage of these interconnections. The fourth, of course, is governance and trust architecture. I think in your presentation also, you mentioned, what should be the model that we should follow. In continental Europe, we have Chorizo as one institution. In western part of Europe, that 5 or 6 countries, they have a visibility at that level. So similarly, as OSOWOG develops further, we need to think of one super control center, maybe 3 or 4 regions, and then they would take care of coordinating operations between 5 or 6 countries. So that's essentially, these 4 areas become very important, and from experience, I can definitely. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Narasimhan. That was so much of practitioner inputs on the importance of network codes, grid stability, and your mention about the importance of regional interconnections impact on system reliability, as it happened in case of Spain, was very, very relevant. So thank you so much. Of course, there's a lot of work as soon as a lot of regional interconnections would need to be done. Now, after listening to South Asia, let's go to GCC. Mr. Nasir Al-Shehrani is Chief Operations Officer of GCC Interconnection Authority. Welcome, Mr. Nasir. It's so wonderful to have you join us, and hopefully we'll be able to have you next time in person. So, Mr. Al-Shehrani, tell us a little bit about the GCC interconnection. What have been the challenges for you in managing GCC interconnection, including on the business and financial models? And as you see this vision of connecting East Asia to South Asia to Middle East to Europe, what would be your perspective on having managed this interconnection? Over to you.
Good morning. Thank you for
We are just trying to get a good volume, Mr. Al-Shehrani. We can't hear you well here. Can you please go ahead again?
Can you hear me now?
Unfortunately, we can't hear you.
What about now? What about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, so good morning. Thank you for inviting me to this panel discussion, and glad to see some of all the friends here with us on the panel. So let me start with a sort of introduction. GCC Interconnection Authority started the interconnection between the GCC countries, 6 GCC countries, back 2009. The interconnection start the operational phase. When it comes to GCC Interconnection Authority, the GCC member states decided to create a neutral body who is given the responsibility to build own and operate the interconnection. And since then, GCCIA is running the interconnection between the 6 GCC states. It started with 4 member states that back 2009, then which is mainly Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, and Kuwait, and then UAE and Oman joined in 2011, and by that the 6 GCC states were interconnected through a super grid 400 kV network. It's a combination of AC network, back-to-back DC converter with Saudi grid, submarine cable to Bahrain. Now we are at the phase where we are expanding beyond GCC region. We will interconnect Iraq soon by let's say early 2026. Iraq will join. Also, Saudi Arabia will be connected with Egypt, and by that, the whole GCC region, plus Iraq and Jordan and even also Egypt will be interconnected. So that is when it comes to let's say the network in general. Back to your question regarding let's say primary drivers for this grid. Mainly, it's to improve security and reliability. This is one of the main driver. In our region, the growth on demand is significant. It ranges between 6 to 8% annually. And with having the interconnection as a backbone super grid between the GCC states, that's helped to improve the security and reliability. We have recorded over 3,000 incidents where the interconnection helped to provide mutual support between the grid. In the recent, let's say, a few years, we have seen the contribution of the interconnection for the RES fluctuation. We start feeling the pain of renewable. We have seen lots of intermittent generation, but with the help of the interconnection, with the help of storage, things are moving in the right direction. Again, one of the main driver for the interconnection is the economic efficiency and cost saving, where GCC interconnection so far helped member states to save up to $4 billion compared to the capital cost of 1.5 billion, with a projection of around 30 billion over the next 25 years in terms of saving. Now, when it comes to challenges, of course, we are facing the energy transition, and with the let's say ambitious target for renewable, again, integration of renewable is a challenge, but also it creates lots of opportunities. So we have to be ready for that, not only from a technical aspect, but also in terms of regulation, in terms of facilitation, in terms of policy making. Again, one of the challenges when we started interconnection was the primary objective of it is to provide emergency support, mutual support between the member states. However, you cannot just build this asset and you don't utilize it for other aspects. That's why we start pushing to create a market. And now GCCIA is considered like a market operator for the whole region. We have seen a significant growth into the energy trading volume and also into the market products. Now we are starting what they call it pilot project for ancillary service within the region, and we are expecting to have the result by end of next year. So that is in a brief when it comes to the GCC interconnection.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nasir Al-Sharani. I know in the interest of time, I'm just going to go to all the 5 panelists, requesting them in 20 seconds to say, because this is so futuristic, not futuristic, but it's going to take time. How should we define success in next 1 or 2 years? What would you like to see one thing that will define success in 1 or 2 years for OSOWOC? Lord Turner, I'm going to ask you to please come in first.
I think I'd like to see an agreement on 1, 2, or 3 of the highest potential links with the governments at either end or the combination of governments saying, yes, we're going to do it, we're going to make it happen, and beginning the process of actually implementing.
Thank you. Luciano?
Yeah, I think what is important is like improving long-term planning, because we need to do it properly, and then increase the certainty for investment. And then I'm also looking for a solution for long duration energy storage.
Okay.
When you want to cover weeks and months and season, that is key.
Thank you. Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad.
I think what you are expecting is 2 to 3 interconnections. Probably India can provide all the 3 solutions to you. 1 to UAE, 1 to Saudi Arabia, and another to Singapore. All the 3 is likely to fructify in next 2 years.
Great. Mr. Narasimhan?
So apart from the grid, that one sun also we must try to exploit. Currently we have not harnessed all of it. Even in India, it's mainly in the western part. So one sun throughout this, that we must also harness.
Great. He's from a system operator. He's saying it should be more diffused. Mr. Nasir Al-Sharani, for you, success would look like what in 1 to 2 years?
Well, as they say, no transition without transmission. You have to have more interconnection, and you just mentioned about the let's say India to GCC country interconnection, but that can be even extended if you have like India, GCC, and even beyond to other Arab countries like Egypt and beyond to Morocco. Then you will not gain only 3 to 4 hours. You will gain around 6 to 7 hours in terms of sun. So you have to have the political will into that direction. So political will is a key requirement.
Thank you so much. So we heard get priority 2-3 interconnections, start working on long duration storage, make sure the sun has a lot more diffused power, and get the political will. So that is our marching orders. We'll continue to work with all of you. Thank you so much. I'm going to request Pankaj Khurana, who brought all of this together, to provide a brief word of thanks.
Thank you very much, DG, for giving me an opportunity. Good morning, good everyone in all the respective regions. On behalf of ISA, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished speakers, panelists, and participants for their invaluable contribution to today's discussion. We look forward to have much more. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's give them all a round of applause, please. And we hope that next time at COP, when we come with the session, we'll have 1 or 2 projects that we'll talk in detail. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll cover this side, and then you can speak.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of TERI and International Solar Alliance, I am delighted to welcome you all to this special dialogue on youth driving the energy transition. We have with us global leaders and policy champions in terms of Dr. Vibha Dhawan and Mr. Ashish Khanna, Director General TERI and Director General International Solar Alliance. And we also have our remarkable young innovators from Global South. Before going to the session, I'll make a context-setting presentation. Please join us. Thank you. So let me begin by briefly framing where the energy transition stands today in India and why youth will be the center of every transformational shift. Next slide, please. Yes. So India believes deeply that climate action must be ambitious, inclusive, and cooperative. Over the last decade, India has demonstrated that renewable energy can scale at speed and at a globally lowest cost, even in a complex emerging economy. And as we can see in this particular slide, in last 10 years, India has achieved drastically in terms of renewable energy. Yeah, this one. Thank you. So India recently achieved 51% of non-fossil fuel capacity, mostly led by solar energy. Right now we have around 127 gigawatt of solar installation in the country. Now, this gigawatt scale deployment creates an ecosystem of opportunity, an ecosystem that is being built and managed by young professionals. This year, adding close to 30 gigawatt of clean capacity in just 6 months sets the pace for our discussion. And this brings us to our discussion theme. Next slide, please. That is youth, innovation and technology. India's youth are not just installing solar panels, they are redefining how they work. But most powerful force shaping the next decade is force of youth. Youth are designing smarter, faster, more inclusive solutions, from diagnostic apps to AI-enabled RE forecasting to community solar, to micro-entrepreneurship models. Yeah, next slide, please. International Solar Alliance is working for South-South collaboration, investing directly in youth talent, and these are some of the programs through which they are working on skilling and entrepreneurship on young people in countries from Global South. And next slide, please. So this is the discussion theme for today's session. The session brings to my final slide, the youth, innovation and technology. What policy, what are the international collaborations that are needed, and what ISAs are doing and what other young leaders from Global South are doing, and how we can learn from each other. With this context-setting presentation, to the one video message. This particular video message shows India's journey in recent past on renewable energy and how India accelerated renewable energy in last 10 years. Can we have the video message, please?
India, a nation of over 1.4 billion people, is among the fastest growing economies in the world, with a steady GDP growth of around 7% year after year. Yet, even as our development accelerates, our per capita carbon emissions remain among the lowest globally, just about 2 tons per person, nearly 30% of the G20 average. India stands as a symbol of progress driven by responsibility and a clear focus on clean, green growth. Recognizing the urgency of the climate challenge, India had submitted ambitious, nationally determined contributions. These are not just commitments, they are milestones of climate leadership.
Our aim is one sun, one world, one grid. We must work towards ensuring availability of clean energy from a worldwide grid everywhere at all times. This is the whole of the world approach that India's values stand for.
India's renewable energy journey is transforming the global energy landscape. Today, nearly 50% of India's total installed power capacity comes from non-fossil fuel sources. Renewables already power close to 1/3 of our electricity generation, and this share continues to rise as more solar, wind, and hydro capacity is integrated into the grid. Clean energy is no longer the alternative, it is becoming the backbone of India's growth.
Today, we are ranked 3rd in the solar capacity and 4th in overall renewable installed capacity.
India's energy transition is powered by a strong and coordinated policy framework, supported by both the center and the states. Key national schemes are driving this progress on the ground. The PM Kusum scheme is helping farmers install solar pumps and decentralized plants. The PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana, launched in 2024, is enabling 1 crore households to install rooftop solar systems and receive up to 300 units of free electricity every month. To support large-scale battery storage projects targeting up to 30 gigawatt-hours of capacity by 2026. Alongside this, pumped hydro projects, nearly 96 gigawatts of potential, are being developed to enhance grid flexibility and resilience. Extending its leadership beyond borders, India, together with France, established the International Solar Alliance, a coalition of over 120 countries dedicated to promoting affordable solar energy worldwide. India is helping countries across the global south harness the power of the sun for inclusive and sustainable growth. Institutions like the Energy and Resources Institute are critical to India's clean energy journey. The Terry's Institution of Energy Transition in Hyderabad is a vital hub, driving research, capacity building, and policy insights for the energy sector. Terry continues to foster innovation and collaboration, directly supporting India's renewable integration and transition goals.
At Terry, we are proud to contribute through scientific research, advanced modeling, and policy design that supports both national and state level transition. Our studies like the India Electricity Transition Pathways to 2050 help shape India's long-term decarbonization strategy, while regional work in states like Kerala and Madhya Pradesh demonstrates how sustainable growth can align with net zero goals. And as the world convenes at COP30, our message is clear. India's transition is powered not only by technology and policy, but by its youth, the innovators and leaders shaping a cleaner, more equitable energy future for all.
From being a developing economy to becoming a clean energy powerhouse, India's journey is one of determination, scale, and inspiration. With a target of 500 gigawatts of non-fossil capacity and over 1 billion tons of CO2 emissions avoided by 2030, India continues to lead the world toward a cleaner, more resilient, and equitable energy future.
Thank you. Now we move straight to our fireside chat between Director General Terry and Director General International Solar Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the excellent presentation and also setting the stage of what we are going to discuss. Now, needless to say, when we talk of India's commitment to renewable energy, and when I talk of India, it represents in a way the developing part of the world or the global south. If we look at the growth in these countries, I'll say that energy insecurity has been one of the major reasons for the slow growth. Because unfortunately, we don't have much of fossil fuel, and therefore every drop of fossil fuel or energy, it was to be imported, and that added cost to whatever we were doing. And also at the village level, the rural parts of these countries, they were starving for energy, and with the result, you look at what was happening to the cooking and therefore the health of the women. The indoor air pollution, which was such a big problem, which still exists because wood is the cheapest source, or rather you don't have to pay anything, you just collect it. But you don't realize what kind of impacts it's having on the health and as well as the ecosystem. Now, let's also look at what is it that the solar energy or the renewable energy is going to provide us. Fortunately, these countries are blessed with plenty of sunshine. And with the result, the production cost of solar energy is comparatively lower than Europe or many other countries, because there you don't have that much of sunshine. So that opens up new doors for us. And the other thing is that we talk of development. And development, we have to construct for the first time. It's not that you have to break the infrastructure and rebuild it. It is that you are constructing it for the first time. And therefore that gives us opportunities, whether it is buildings, whether it is treating the waste, and so many other things that go green as much as possible. And that is what is also sustainability. Now, what are the various ingredients of success? First of all, it becomes that are the government policies aligning? Do the government want that we go solar? Because some stage you also want incentives. These technologies are not free. You have to invest something, and therefore, do we have the capex? And therefore, you need government policies in that direction. The second is, do we have the technologies? And let me also tell you why all of you, the youth is so important, because you are going to be innovators. You know what kind of technology is required. It is not we have all the solutions. We have some solutions, but more solutions are to be developed by innovators like you. And therefore, it is you have to think. And also, I'll say, many of us, we have lots of experience, but we are a little outdated. Now, how to use AI in various technologies? What is it? And it's also where the shoe pinches. That is where you try to innovate and look into how it's going to work. So therefore, don't undermine yourself. Your importance is great to develop technologies for the future. And third is the entire ecosystem. And when I talk of ecosystem, I'm very proud of that Government of India along with French government took this initiative of establishing International Solar Alliance. Because this is a very important forum. You are looking at 120 plus countries. And these countries, when you talk of partnership, that partnership essentially means that as partners, they tell you what are our difficulties, where are the needs, what is it we would like to implement, and where is it, because technology, if it is developed in one country, it has scope to be deployed in another country. In most cases, it is not plug and play. It is somewhere that you also have to build capacities. You have to fine-tune the technology to suit that particular ecosystem. And that particular role is being played by ISA under the dynamic leadership of Mr. Khanna. And really speaking, in last few months, basically, he's working day and night looking at how will we amplify, what is it that the countries require, and we come up to their expectations. Capacity building, I should say, at all stages is a very important component. It is not capacities of those who are operating a particular thing. Suppose you have developed put a solar photovoltaics and something goes wrong. You need entrepreneurs who will repair it. You want someone that also defines that this is how it can be used. So from all level, policymakers should know what kind of things it can do. Then the next level is those who are deploying this, and then are the users as well as the technicians who will take care of this entire ecosystem. So capacity building at various stages, and that is again, ISA has taken that responsibility in a big way, and they are thinking of the capacity building, spoken hub model, and so on, and I'm sure it's going to work. And that also involves incubating new technologies that are being developed by you. So of course I have said lots about ISA, but since we are very fortunate to have Mr. Khanna with us, he's leaving today evening, and thank you very much for being with us. What role do you see for youth in energy transition?
Thank you, Dr. Dhawan. Wonderful to be part of this. And I already feel 10, 20 years younger sitting with all the young people. There are so many things about solar that make it very amenable to youth. First, it is a technology that is getting innovated every year. And that requires, I was discussing 2 days back, if you are in high school, in a lot of developing countries like India and China, there are solar panels on all high schools, not only to give energy, but for the students to start thinking, what all can we do? To run applications, to run pilots, because that's what unleashes the creativity. Second, we realize even though young people want to know and do a lot of things, they often don't have the platforms and the information. So we want to launch an ISA Academy, which is going to be a YouTube channel and an AI channel, where whether you are in Belém, Malawi, Cuba, or a village of India, you must have all the videos, all the information on solar available to everyone. This is the real power of technology. And this is our commitment that by end of next year, we have started a YouTube channel. Go and like it. It's ISA YouTube channel. But we are also now trying to get an AI technology partner that based on a ChatGPT, when you ask a question, it will create a learning module for you with a video, because so much of information is already available in different languages, because it must be done in the local language. The third element is, if you have a bright idea and you want to actually change the world and your country and your community, can ISA provide you wings by giving you power? For that, we have a program called Solar X. What's X? The X is about innovation. In every continent, we run a challenge where young people give their ideas. We started with Africa 3 years back. 20 African youth were given a $15,000 grant to build their idea into an enterprise. We connect them to venture capital, to mentors, so that they can become the next Amazon. We did it in Asia Pacific, including India. And yesterday, we announced the winners of 10 startups from Latin America as well. 9 countries, 6 led by women entrepreneurs. So it's very important for all of you to think about what is the idea that you have. Think about a small business enterprise by which you can actually work. The fourth element is, how do you get capability beyond the YouTube channel and others in getting trained? So in a lot of our countries, 17 as of now, in their best universities, we have created a center of excellence in which we put equipments for testing, measurement, and training. Because the jobs will, in the future, are going to happen on green sectors. Let me give you an idea about Africa. We just finished a study, it's available online if you go to ISA website, which says that in next 10 to 15 years, between 4.2 million to 7.5 million green jobs will come in Africa, depending on how fast Africa can do solar electrification. So that's the range. Power of social media, startups, capacity building, schools, universities. That engagement is important because this is a classic industry of disruption. And disruption only happens from youth. You have to challenge the status quo on a daily basis, and the opportunities are endless.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm really quite impressed when you spoke about solar eggs, because that is what is needed. My other question to you is that, of course, what his presentation has clearly indicated the way India is growing. We are very bullish in adopting solar energy or renewable energy as a whole. Now, which aspects of India's renewable energy journey, whether it is policies, financing models, or technologies, that perhaps can be replicated in other member countries? And also the examples of other member countries which can be brought back to India. Because what we require, it's not my growth, it is our growth. And ISA can definitely play a very important role in ensuring that it's the global south which really grows at a speed which the world should admire. And it is for their growth as well. It's more for their growth.
So that's a very interesting question. Some of you may not know, because you are not Indian here, that India moved from almost nothing 10-12 years back, almost like 2 megawatts, to 120 gigawatts, 120,000 megawatt of solar in 10 years, becoming the world's third largest solar player. Now, Dr. Dhawan's question is, what is it that others can learn? Why can't it happen in Latin America? Why can't it happen in Africa? And, you know, Japan also has big ambitions. The first part of all of this is, you need different parts of jigsaw puzzle to come together, what I call ecosystem. What does it all mean? Let me tell you a couple of things. First, there has to be a very strong political push to make solar and renewable as one of the key for energy security. The Indian Prime Minister made a target which was 20,000 megawatt or 20 gigawatt to 500 gigawatt. He increased it by 25 times. And then he gave all the policy and regulations that are going to support, including building new institutions that have experts that can actually manage that transition. Then there was a question of training. Hundreds of thousands of people were trained in universities, vocational training institutions on what are the skills that will be needed for this transformation. But most of it is done by private sector. So that meant whether startups, whether I spoke about, whether small private sector, and then also large private sector. Some of the private sector companies in India have grown 100 times in solar in just last 10 years. So there's a lot of entrepreneurs that have grown all of this. And finally, they need to get money. Money should not be taken only from outside the country. 90% of all financing in big countries who have done solar happens by local banks. And therefore, there's local currency financing. So there's a mix of lot of things which is important in India, but frankly, the story is same, whether you look at Vietnam and other countries, and that is the kind of skill we want to take to all our member countries, that how can we help you put the jigsaw together. But there are one or two examples I want to highlight even more. One of them is because most developing countries do not have food security. And India has now a big program that is replacing 4 million solar pumps, 4 million diesel pumps and electricity pumps to solar pumps. Why? Because solar-based pump costs 1/3 and can actually do the same job reducing the subsidy of the government and being beneficial to the farmer, because in India the farmer gets supply in the night when nobody wants, and therefore he has to go to the field in the night, but the sun is actually in the day, so he can actually get all the power what he really wants. It's a win-win situation. That program needs to go to Latin America and Africa in a very big way, because the needs for solarization of agriculture, majority of developing countries in Africa and in Caribbean waste 30% of agriculture produce because there are no cold storage. Now the cold storage technology for solar is so easily available. That is also a very important idea. Now what can India learn from others? Lots of things. But one thing I will tell you is, I worked in Nigeria for a long time, and Nigerians are big entrepreneurs. The mini grids are going by leaps and bounds in Nigeria, because faraway places cannot have all the wires and the distribution system being taken. So how to do private sector led mini grids in Nigeria is a skill that not only Africa but even India can learn as well. So
Thank you. That's very interesting. And the one point I just wanted to add, what is working in India, the moment you go for solar pumping, then farmer can make the decision whether he would like to put the electricity back into the grid and earn more. And therefore, what we talk of changing the crops, which are not in water guzzlers, that is also working, because then farmer decides how much water he should use. So that's a very good initiative in increasing farmers' income as well. So thank you, and of course we'll hear to the young entrepreneurs, their journey and the work which they are doing. So I'll first request or introduce the young innovator, Denfeng Zhu, I hope I'm pronouncing it all right, who is from China and working in Japan. So therefore you have first-hand experience both from China and Japan. And of course, you come from a country with one of the strongest solar innovation ecosystem. And what inspired your clean tech innovations, and what gaps in the energy sector were you trying to address?
Thank you. Firstly, thank you so much for inviting me here. And secondly, I'm very inspired by what India is doing. The installed capacity. I'm sure ISA is doing very important job, and I'm very excited and curious about the YouTube channel for the capacity building also. It's exciting news. So come back to the question, which kind of clean technology inspire me, and which kind of gap I want to address. So firstly, I just graduated from United Nations University. My major is more about policy. So I want to ask here, anyone work on technology or technique? None of them? Anyone raise their hand? No? Okay, we don't have a technology person here. So what inspired me, I want to share several cases. The first one is from Japan. We talk about the solar panel. So in Japan, where I live in a coastal area, and it's kind of a tourist site. So you know the light right on the road. So in Japan, they installed the solar panel on that light, so it can have the energy supplied by itself, and it's kind of very inspiring, because I never saw that in other places. They also installed a fan here, which can produce electricity from the wind. So it's wind power. So that's from Japan. And from Germany, I did my internship with UFCCC in Germany, Bonn, where they installed solar panel on their roof. So it's kind of a government initiative, and the citizens can choose to join or not by themselves. And they installed the panel, and they got the free electricity for themselves. They also produce more electricity for the neighborhood. And I kind of and the same project is happening in Ghana because my research fellow from the United Nations University, his research is about the roof-installed solar panel, but in Ghana. So it's very common. And another innovative case I want to share is from Zambia. So when I worked for UFCCC, I collected the innovative case study for adaptation in Africa. So in Zambia, as you guys already said, they use the solar panel for irrigation, like the solar pump. And it's very helpful. And they design that equipment for small scale farmers. And it's helped because the farmers can, pay it for several years. They have no need to pay for that in one time. So it's kind of affordable. And with the negative impact from climate change, like droughts happen more frequent in Africa. So that's why it inspired me. And related to which gap I try to address, I would say it's the local solution for the renewable energy, because the renewable energy sounds very simple, like just put solar panel or produce the electricity from the wind or water. It sounds very simple, but actually it's very difficult. Like where we put this stuff, who are going to pay for it, and who are going to take care of the maintenance. So, and more importantly, we already have the technology, but how can we implement that? It's a problem. So in China, we don't have too many roof installed solar panel. I think it's a very good initiative, but we still don't have that too common. So it's a, I would say, very obvious gap here. So that's why we should to accelerate where we try to push. So it's just from my side. So I would like to listen to more local solution for renewable energy. Thank you.
Thank you, and very interesting. Just as a piece of advice, I would just like to ask you, and on behalf of the youngsters, as we look at India-China Global South cooperation, where do you see the greatest opportunities for young innovators to collaborate on manufacturing, digital energy, affordable energy storage, or any other area?
Thank you. For the young innovator, it's definitely very important. For example, I just met one, I would say CEO from a Japanese company. Their idea is try to produce some special material, can lower the temperature, but without electricity. So he worked in a very big Japanese energy company for 5 years, and then he did a research for another 5 years, and eventually he started his company in 2019. So I would say the young innovators definitely the most important stakeholders for technology, for partnership, for private sector, also for the government. And for sure the International Solar Alliance will play a very important role for that, to inspire young innovators, to empower them, to provide the knowledge, to provide the finance part, and it's very exciting. But I can see a lot of gap here. For example, many people have good idea, but it's very difficult for them to transfer that into business. So I would say I look forward to more innovative solutions and support from International Solar Alliance.
Absolutely. It goes without saying they are going to play a very important role in shaping research and application of solar energy in all the member countries. So that's what one is looking for, or they are already doing it. It's not we are looking forward to, we are looking at accelerating the pace, because the world required it yesterday. So we have to act very fast today. So I'll now come to Hita Lakhani, and I'm very proud to be that she studied in Cherry School of Advanced Studies. So we have established a university, and with the objective of that it is the students who are going to be innovators tomorrow, and it is important to teach them sustainability. So I'm very proud that she started to venture into her own venture, the Climate Initiative India. Geeta, your journey reflects the rise of India's youth leading climate action at the grassroots. What inspired you to build the Climate Initiative, and what gaps in awareness, skills, institutional support were you trying to address?
Thank you, Dr. Dhawan, and what an honor it is to be here today with all of you, especially with Dr. Dhawan and Mr. Khanna as well. As Dr. Dhawan mentioned, I did my master's in environmental studies at Delhi School of Advanced Studies, but I came to my first COP exactly 10 years ago, 2015 at COP21 in Paris, and it basically threw myself, it was by chance that happened, and I threw myself deep end into the UN negotiation space. And over the years, as I got more involved and I learned about the negotiations, I sat in the rooms, understood how geopolitics was playing out, understood how detailed the negotiations are, the text, the language, the nuances, all of that. The most visible thing was the lack of young people in the rooms. In 2017, when I came for my first intersessions, which are the technical negotiations that happen at the UN headquarters in Bonn in Germany, I was the only young person from all of Global South present in the youth constituency at that point. So that was the official mode of engagement of children and young people, and I was the only youth from the Global South at that point. So that was the representation that existed. And that sort of fueled me to try and bridge or at least demystify this space a little bit for young people in India so that they can at least understand what's happening, if not engage in that. So that led into climate education sessions. I wanted them to be UN 101 sessions, which I realized I could not do because people didn't fully understand climate change. So they became climate education sessions over time. And that has just grown. I've been involved I was leading the youth constituency then for 2 years through the pandemic for the COP in Glasgow. I co-founded another organization called the Youth Negotiators Academy to build capacity of young people to be part of official delegations here at COP. So this year as well, we have about 130 young negotiators in the rooms from about 70 different countries that are present and negotiating. And then step down from there to build more in India. That's always been a passion. That's always been something that I'd want to work more on, and all of the global work just kept me from doing more in country. So that's been my focus now. But I think the biggest bit that we're trying to focus on is, of course, using education, capacity building, training as a tool to, one, learn more about climate, but two, also demystify what's going on in spaces like this, bringing youth voices from the global south to international spaces and trying to build those bridges between the two.
Thank you. That's very interesting. So just a related question to this, since you're working with young people, if we look at India's energy transition, which top 3 skills people must develop to participate meaningful, whether in solar, digital energy, or climate entrepreneurship, or maybe something else? What would you like to say?
Yeah. When we talk about energy transition, somehow it always seems like a political decision, or it always seems something like a government that has to implement. So I think for a young person, it can seem something that it's not easily accessible. It's not something that you can engage in very easily, because how do you somehow get involved in the country's energy transition? That question in itself seems very, very daunting. So I think one is to be able to build understanding, so capacity building, training, how do you really engage when it comes to energy transition? How can you be a part of the solution and not just at the sidelines of it, watching the transition happen? So capacity building, I think, is key. And then from there, of course, leading on into how do we then make sure that young people can bring in their expertise. They have the right trainings, they have the right knowledge, they have the passion, as we've already spoken about. But how do we then make sure that that expertise, that passion, that willingness to fuel and do something beyond cross-question is actually made use of in the transition. So whether it's at the policy level, whether it's at the implementation level, or even on the technical expertise of things.
Thank you. That's very interesting. I'll now come to Tafodwa Chandu from Zimbabwe. You work closely with the youth network across Africa. What are the biggest barriers young people face in participating in the energy transition? And how do you think India and ISA help bridge these gaps?
Thank you so much. And again, thank you so much for the amazing presentations. I've learned a lot, of course, with what so many young people are actually doing globally and the amazing work that ISA is doing in trying to, educate and also fuel the energy transition. I must make it clear that young people do really want to get involved. They really want to, transition to renewable energy. But then they're facing a number of challenges, which of course include, the financing for them to be able to get involved. We're also talking about the skills, which is the major gap that ISA and TERI are also trying to, to bridge. But then what I've realized is most of these approach, they're specifically focusing on the general approach. We're talking of institutions, we're talking of, already established systems. But then if we really want to make this approach just and inclusive, then we have to go back to the marginalized communities, those that currently do not even have access to electricity. That fossil fuel power that we are saying we want to move away from. We're talking of these communities that do not have any access to this. I was privileged to travel to a number of countries in the past year where we're doing a documentary and a campaign with my organization, Climate Life, where we tried to engage and educate communities in line with climate action, renewable energy, so that they understand what's happening and they can be able to directly influence policies. And what we realized was, in as much as we are talking about solar, we are talking about climate change, these communities, they're not even aware of these major things. I mean, they don't even have electricity. They have never had electricity. They do not even have the infrastructure to even use the electricity. So how do we then come to them and say, we need to transition to renewable energy when they never even had the energy in the first place? So which is the major gap, which I feel ISA and TERI can easily bridge. You also talked about creating an online platform where people can easily learn and also be affiliated with the transition, which is a unique approach, which I believe could literally change the whole landscape when it comes to renewable energy as well. But I also feel that you should also try to come up with strategies and approaches to also include the marginalized communities, where you could provide the financing and also amplify your engagements with our governments. I can say this under record that it's quite tricky. I know it's quite tricky to engage with our governments. I mean, they have their own commitments, they have their own agendas that they want to focus on. In most cases, they tell you we do not even have the resources to focus on that. But I feel this is important, that if we directly engage these governments, and not just them, engage in these marginalized communities when it comes to elections, voting, but then even with the transition. So if we use this approach, I believe we'll be able to have a just and inclusive transition where everyone is not being left behind, but we are going with everyone, including these marginalized communities as well. So I believe ISA and TERI has a major task to bridge this gap. I'm literally amazed with the amazing progress that you've already done. To say the least, I should thank you for that amazing work. But if you amplify this, I believe we can be able to reach every young person, and we can be able to have the just, inclusive transition. I believe you already have the resources to make this a reality. So it's only a matter of time and your action as well. So thank you.
In fact, what you highlighted, it's very interesting, because what one is looking at, it's not just carbon reduction, or it's the clean energy innovations. They are not just for emission reduction, but one is looking at creating local jobs, which are essential, resilience, and perhaps community empowerment. Would you like to add more to this? Because you can visualize what kind of changes it's going to bring.
Sorry, I didn't really get that.
No, see, what we are looking at when we are looking at solar energy or energy transition, one of the major objectives is that we want to reduce CO2 emissions. But in your case and in most of the developing part of the world, it is, of course, I'll say it's more of a byproduct, because more than that, what it is going to do, it is going to create local jobs, resilience, and perhaps community empowerment. So if you can visualize that once you have adequate energy coming from the sun, created at source, now what kind of empowerment you can visualize?
Well, trust me, a few months, last month actually, I was in Azerbaijan, where we were having the Educators Forum on, where I was representing IRENA on the just transition, and we're directly engaging with, with the educators on the approach that they're currently using in educating people and how they would want the transition of renewable energy to happen, and how it would look like when we have finally achieved that. So right now as it stands, apart from, we are saying with the current approach that we have, we already have massive unemployment already. And we are saying there is a solution that could reduce the emissions and also create massive employment as well. So it's something that even us as young people fail to understand, why our governments and our leaders are not easily or directly investing in this approach, because this is like the major solution that you need, because you're going to employ people, you're going to get the energy that we actually need. So, which is why I, again, say that AISA Interior are doing an amazing job in actually bringing this education as well, to make sure that more people, they're actually engaged and they are aware of how solar can be a game changer and how we can be able to actually transition from these fossil fuels that we use. I even gave an example to a panel yesterday where I said that, are you aware that in as much as we are saying that we want to move away from fossil fuels, because generally the general people, they do not really care about what you're bringing to them. What they just want is a solution. They just want energy in their homes. So in as much as we are coming to them, our messaging as well, it has to be direct, outlining, because this is a major issue that goes beyond policy, you see. So if communities are going to influence the policy, they need to understand what they're influencing. And then again, the ball comes back to AISA and Terry in making sure that that bridge is covered, and that gap obviously gets covered.
Thank you so much. May I invite Mr. Khanna to close the session?
Thank you. I'm sorry I had to run because the US ambassador had walked in and I had to tell him that we are talking to youth. He said, no, okay, go back. Look, this is all very inspiring, and each country is very unique. And each country will find a range of solutions with the help of youth on what are the missing pieces. So, when you were talking about, I think, about the solar rooftop, still not being big in China, even though China is 10 times the next country. That's a very uniquely thing about China. The young man from Tanzania was talking about people need to first understand that energy can straight away come from solar rather than waiting for the grid, and the transformative potential it can have on income. Because a lot of discussion we had in World Bank when I was there, but now in AISA too, that energy access, often people think, let's connect the household, and what do people use it more for? First, mobile charging, and second, lighting. But if it is not going to lead to increase in jobs and income, you will always hit a bottleneck, and that is our role. And this, what I heard about in terms of all of you, I feel that our role in having social media channels to communicate with youth, because that's where most of you are, not in journals, not in books anymore, that is critical. And that's our challenge. Because rather than producing reports and big things that people are no longer interested, do podcasts, do 2-minute videos, do 4-minute videos, and have AI-based learning platforms where all the youth can have ideas. And then we have to connect people, like we are connecting here with Terry's help. Because an idea in Tanzania maybe can work in Nigeria, it can work in an Indian state. And what's there in Japan, probably that technology needs to come. So that's something we are really looking forward to. Keep asking questions, keep your curiosity, keep challenging all the assumptions, because you are the ones who are going to change the system. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was, I should say, very inspiring for, I'm sure, all the youth who are with us. As we leave this room, let's carry one message with us. The energy transition will not be delivered by technology alone. That's, of course, the most important ingredient, but not the only part. It will be delivered by people, by partnerships, and most importantly, by the passion of young minds. So it's your planet. Rather, the mistakes which we have done, you really have to correct those and ensure that this planet remains livable or even becomes better. The ignited minds of the youth are the most powerful resource on the earth, above the earth and under the earth. It was said by our late President Abdul Kalam. You might have read about him. So that is, repeatedly we say, it is youth which is going to change the world. So please become agent of making this planet a better place. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I request all the panelists to join for the group photo. On behalf of Terry and ISA, I thank our panelists, our moderator, and all of you to join us today. Thank you. Now, I request both DGs to facilitate our innovators